Welcome everybody to Klein Scott Field. My name is Adrian Holguin, and this will be the first of two games being played this evening between the Great Bend BatCats and the Newton Rebels. As we know, the Newton Rebels not off to the hottest start possible of the season, a record of 3-15 through their first 18 contests. And on the other side, though, Great Bend, an overall record of 11-6. The Newton Rebels kind of still trying to turn their season around, and Great Bend trying to stay in contention to potentially win, of course, the Jayhawk Conference. When we come back, top of the first coming up from Klein Scott Field. We'll see what happens. Starting off pitching for the Newton Rebels will be number 24, Nicholas Biro. Welcome back in the Klein Scott Field, top of the first, fixing to commence. The Newton Rebels trying to pick up their fourth win of the season and avoid their 16th loss. A win today would be their second home victory of the season here in Klein Scott Field. Starting off hitting, or at least batting for the BatCats, Jesse Punch, number 12. Fear of pitch number one and to the inside. Shengyan Zhang, the starting catcher for the Rebels here tonight, was named actually an all-star of course, the conference earlier this exact week. Pitch, next pitch, and big contact made by Jesse in between first or center and right field. Ball bounces off of the ground, and they will stop him, or at least stop the runner at second before it can advance all the way over to third. Good communication between, of course, the outfield and infield of the Newton Rebels, but a double is giving up a double, not the way you want to start out these ball games, especially when you're trying to avoid your 16th loss of the season. Up next, Carson Lorch for the Great Bend BatCats. Pierre pitch number 3 and to the outside. Good job of Zhang of keeping that out of harm's way, holding on to the pitch, not letting it touch the ground. One count. Pierre fires in the next one, and down low, Zhang cannot quite hang on to it. Runner rounding third and heading home, and he will put the first run up on the board for the Great Bend BatCats here in the top of the first. 0 outs. Will be a 2-1 count here. Yes. Carson Lorch remains in the batter's box for the BatCats. Next pitch to the outside and down low, 3-1 count. Lorch might just be awaiting a walk over to first. Fierro pitch number 7 and contact made. Could be a fly ball out to third base. The Rebels bring it down and bring in the first out of the top of the first. Cooper Smith going to be next up to bat for the Great Bend BatCats. Fierro already 7 pitches into his afternoon. Fierro, right-handed pitcher, Kansas Wesleyan University, El Paso, Texas, where he resides from. Pitch number 1 and strike 1. Fierro winds up, fires the next one in, down low. Will be a 1-1 count. Once again, 1 out, top of the first. The BatCats rounded the bases one time already, got the first run up on the board, but a fly ball out to third base got the Rebels the first out of the top of the first, and the second out not going to go down due to an error out in center field. Titan Gable, I believe, was the center fielder who couldn't quite get underneath it. Results in a single for the BatCats. Going to reset the count. 1 out, runner on first. The BatCats up 1-0 over the Newton Rebels. Creel, the designated hitter, makes contact out to left field. The Rebels going to try and get underneath it. This time, unsuccessful. Ball bounces off of the ground. Runner's going to stay at first and second. Once again, 1 out, top of the first. Christian Amon going to be next up. Number 28 for the Great Bend BatCats. Once again, this is game 1 of a doubleheader between the Newton Rebels and the BatCats. We're going to have it all right here in Klein Scott Field. Fierro's 12th pitch fired in and swung at. Strike 1. Christian Amon comes out of Coffeyville Community College. Not going to swing at that one. Ball 1. Pitch was a little bit high. 1-1 count. Rebels trying to get out of the top of the first. Only allowing 1 run, of course. Don't want to allow any more up against the BatCats, who once again are one of the premier teams in the league this year. 2-1 count. Fierro looks back at second, fires in the pitch, and it will be a foul ball out to the right side. Newton Rebels can't quite get underneath it. Looked like Drew Wardell coming over from the first baseman spot, tried to get underneath that foul ball because the touch too slow. Runners on first and second. BatCats leading 1-0. 3-2 count here on the top of the first. Fierro looks back at second. Once again, fires in the pitch. Foul ball out to the left side. Going to stay 2-2. Christian Amon in the BatCats' last outing, a batting average of .265. Next pitch in and very much to the inside. Amon had to kind of lean back against that one. 3-2 count. Tonight, the Newton Rebels once again trying to pick up their second win in Klein Scott Field of 2024. Fierro's pitch is in, and a great hit from Amon between center and right field. Runners rounding the bases, 1 coming home, and Jordy Lopez tried to get the runner out at second, just could not quite get it underneath the long throw. 2-0. Now the BatCats lead with runners on second and third. Here on the top of the first. Only 1 out once again. Pitcher. And for the Newton Rebels, Nicholas Fierro. Out of El Paso, Texas, senior at Kansas Wesley. Pitch in and up top. Zhang brings it down. Ball 1. Vero, no doubt trying to kind of stay composed after this hot start for the offense of the BatCats. 2-0. And George sees this one through, swings at it, and gets it right over the head of the second baseman for the Rebels. He's going to stay over at first, but bring one runner home. Drew Wardell gets in the long pass from right field. Runner's going to be on first and third. Once again, the BatCats grow the lead to 3-0 here in the first game of this doubleheader tonight. Capobianco, big number 21, left-handed hitter. Not going to swing at that one. Ball 1. Already 22 pitches also for Fierro so far tonight. 23 comes in outside. Zhang brings it down. 2-0 count. Pitch fired in. No swing. Ball 3. One more ball will load up the bases for the BatCats here early on in the top of the first. Rebels looking for their 4th win of the season. Next pitch in and ball to the inside. Bases loaded for the BatCats here. 1 out, top of the first. Good Goki going to be next up. Number 1 for the BatCats. Last game, batting average 205. Fastball inside. Resulting ball number 1. Next one, more of the same outside and to the top. Ball 2. Getting 1 out, top of the first. The Rebels trying to kind of stop the bleeding here. An early run for the BatCats here in the first inning. Next pitch inside and a hard swing and foul out to the left side. Strike 1. Going to be a 2-1 count. Joki's swinging for the fences on that one. I think he even caught the umpire off guard a little bit behind home plate. Nicholas Fierro, pitch number 29. And another foul ball. Count at 2. 2-2 count. 1 out, top of the first. Bases loaded for the BatCats. 24 Fierro. Another pitch to the outside. Full count, 3-2. And deciding pitch in and going to stay in the infield. The Rebels can't quite pick up the out, I don't believe, at first, or I might be mistaken. I believe that they did. That will be out number 2 in the top of the first, but one runner did make his way in. Will be a 4-0 deficit here early on for the Newton Rebels here in Klein-Scott Field. Try to pick up their 2nd win of the season here in Klein-Scott Field. Runner's going to be on 2nd and 3rd. New batter up. Joey Mocker receives the first pitch. Ball 1. Judy Lopez in the midst of a long top of the first. Pitch number 33 in and strike number 1. Count now at 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pitch in and a little bit to the top. 2-1. Markey didn't get any chances to hit last game against the Cannons for the BatCats. 3-1. Bit of an out-of-control pitch right there, but Zhang able to keep it out of harm's way. Runners on second and third. One more ball. Would load up the bases, and that's what we're going to see. Bases loaded for the BatCats, up 4-0 here in the top of the first.
Enters bat number 12, Jesse Moss.
Jesse Ponce. Next up, we're resetting the lineup here already all the way through the first 9. Ponce put up the first run of the day for the BatCats earlier on in the top of the first. Pitch in and up top and to the outside. Ball 1. Second pitch to the outside once again. Ball number 2. Fierro maybe kind of a little bit timid to kind of make his way into the strike zone. Kind of knowing what's happened early on in the top of the first. It's a big time run we've seen from the BatCats, and that time he does go inside, and a big hit out to left field allows the Rebels to get the third out of the top of the first. Bottom of the first coming up here. BatCats leading 4-0. We'll see what the Rebels can do on the offensive side when we come back from Klein Scott Field. Stay with us. Welcome back to Klein Scott Field. My name is Adrian Holguin, and tonight, if you have not heard, is little big league night with big brothers and big sisters here in Klein Scott Field. Took us some of our financial partners. My name once again, Adrian Holguin. Arma Coatings of Wichita Incorporated. Owner Dennis Wardell. Newton Rebels founder Carl Hodges and family. John Oldham family. Conradi Insurance Group. Patriot Roofing Services. People's Bank and Trust. Branch President Melvin Shadler. Platinum PDR Plus Paint Roofing Services Unlimited, Shamrock Car Wash and Pouch Enterprises, owners Kevin and Kim Pouch, Pate and Paw LLC Attorney at Law, owners Chris Pate and Richard Paw, Mark Fox Local Wigan Realtor, and Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Harvey County, Manager Rachel Bachman. BatCats already out to an early 4-0 lead, heading in to the bottom of the first. And to start off the bottom of the first, Newton Rebels going to see 2 All-Stars making their way over to the batter's box. First up, Jody Lopez. And catcher Zhang going to be right behind him. Start us off here. Once again, bottom of the first, Newton Rebels trailing 4-0. We've been BatCats once again heading into this doubleheader. The overall record of 11-6. Pitch number 1 and a hard swing from Lopez down low, strike 1. Next pitch and strike number 2. CJ fires the next pitch in. Ball up top. 1-2. Pitch number 4 comes in, and Lopez, no swing. 2-2 count. Rebels need to get something on the board here early to keep this game from getting out of hand here in Clarence Scott Field. Pitch number 5 heads in, no swing. Full count, 3-2. Lopez, 3.20 batting average his last time out. No swing, and he's going to walk his way over to first.
Next at the bat, number 35, James Zhang.
First up to first tonight for Jody Lopez. Sheng and Zhang going to be next up. Zhang receives the first pitch, ball to the outside, and Lopez able to steal his way from first to second for the Newton Rebels. Lopez getting excited, trying to almost steal his way from second to third on the very next pitch. 1-1 count for Zhang. Over from the batter's box. 1-1 pitch, not coming just yet. Lopez got tested over at second. Bases. Fires it in there. Zhang makes contact. Will be could have been a single, but just a little bit too slow was Zhang getting out to first base. Out number 1. Lopez advances over to third. Titan Gable going to be next up. Once again, 1 out, bottom of the first. Pitch into Gable, outside. Ball 1. Gable also named an all-star earlier on in the week. Pitch in and hard swing from Gable, and a beautiful hit right over the head of the second baseman, Jody Lopez. Gets the first run on the board for the Newton Rebels. Cooper Addison going to be next up. Once again, kind of a fixture in the lineup this season for the Newton Rebels. Going to reset the count. Gable on first. First pitch in, outside, and to the top. Cooper Addison batting average of .433. His last time out, he's going to try to keep that momentum going. Pitch in, no swing. Ball number 2. CJ pitch number 14 in and down low once again, 3-0 count. Good discipline by designated hitter Cooper Addison. Bottom of the first, 1 out. Titan Gable on first, and that one is a strike. 3-1 count. Anderson out of Rogers, Arkansas, receives the second strike in this series, 3-2 count. Three-two pitch fired in from CJ, and it will be a pop fly remaining in the infield. BatCats able to bring it down for the second out of the bottom of the first here in Clarence Scott Field. Jack Gardner going to be next up. 5th in the batting lineup here tonight, at least for game number 1 of this doubleheader. And first pitch going to be a foul ball out to the right side. BatCats trying to bring it down a little bit too slow in the pursuit. Strike one. Titan Gable. Still the lone runner out at first for the Newton Rebels. Jody Lopez already rounded the bases and got the Rebels on the board. CJ pitch number 19 in, and going to be a foul ball out to the right side, but the BatCats able to bring it down over from the first base spot. Tremendous job in the infield for the Great Bend BatCats. Bringing up an end of the bottom of the first. Cooper Smith out of Marlow, Oklahoma brought that one down. And the top of the second coming up from behind Scott Field. The BatCats leading 4-1. Stay with us. Top of the second coming up here from Klein Scott Field. The BatCats leading the Rebels by a score of 4-1. My name is Adrian Holden. Let's look at some more of our financial partners. Union State Bank Branch President Brian White, Faith and Life Bookstore, Charleston Insurance, Best Pest Control, Miller Insurance Agency Incorporated, American Family Insurance, Midway Motors, Newton Lions Club President Alex Vermillion, I should say. Alex Vermillion. Host families, Becky Day family, Carrie Bood and Chris White family, Heather and Michael Haskew family, Hope and Monty Graber family, Kelly and Matt Peoples family, Kim and Kevin Pouch family, Melissa and Dennis Wardell family, and Michelle and Brent Kaufman family. Already a pitching change for the Newton Rebels after a long top of the first, where the BatCats put up four runs. Pitching change sees Bryson Harding heading into Southeastern Arkansas Community College, Norco, Louisiana. Carson Lorch, second in the batting lineup. Starting things off, pitch number one to the inside, strike one. Pitch outside, 0-1-1. Ball two. Lorch last time out, batting average of .278. 4 at-bats, 1 hit. This one, ball to the inside, 3-1. And pitch number 5 from Harding, outside, and a walk over to first.
Now batting number Smith.
Cooper Smith going to be next up. Another one of these hitters that had some luck earlier on the top of the first. But we are in the top of the second. 0 outs. Runner on first for the BatCats. Harding pitch in, and a big swing up top, strike one. Great Bend trying to grow their season win total up to 12. Harding pitch number 7 in, and Zhang tried to get the runner out at first. At least thought about letting it go. I'm going to think otherwise instead. 1-1 count. Top of the second, 0 outs. 1-1 pitch, fired in, ball, and nearly a stolen base over at second. But Jordy Lopez, tremendous job of getting underneath that throw from Zhang and getting the runner out at first. Carson Lorch thought he had a beat, but not so fast. Out number 1, top of the second. Pitch into Smith inside. Ball number 3, 3-1. One more ball. We'll put another runner on first for the BatCats. Harding pitch number 10 in, and ball outside and to the top. 4-1. Cooper Smith makes his way over to first, and Jet Creel, designated hitter for the BatCats, next up. BatCats leading 4-1 over the Newton Rebels here early on in the game 1 of this doubleheader in Clyde's outfield. Harding pitch in and a big hit out to the outfield, but Titan Gable able to bring down the fly ball. Tremendous job, went all the way over once again from the middle of center field, almost over to right field to bring that one down. 2 outs, top of the second. Christian Amon now going to be next up. Big number 28, right-handed hitter. Coming off a .265 batting average performance. Pitch in from Harding outside, ball 1. Zhang kind of pumping up his picture after that one. Make sure his emotions still in check. Runner on first. Still for the BatCats. Drew Waddell, first baseman, received that throw. Trying to get the runner out unsuccessfully. Cooper Smith thinks about stealing his way over to second, but Zhang puts a stop to it. Ball number 2. Harding receives a signal. Pitch inside. Now ball number 2. BatCats leading 4-1 here early on. Inclined Scout Field. The top of the second. Harding pitch number 15. Fired in. Strike number 1. 2-1 count. Harding pitcher at a Southeastern Arkansas Community College. Sophomore out there, next pitch in, and going to be a 4-1 walk. The runner's going to be on second and first for the BatCats. Ian George going to be next up. Almond and Cooper Smith on first and second, respectively, for the BatCats. 1 runner in scoring position. Bryson Harding. Pitch in, and Titan Gable. Second fly ball. He's plucked out of the air here in the top of the second. We'll bring an end to it. 3 outs. Bottom of the second coming up. Newton Rebels going to try and eat in to this 3-1 lead held by the BatCats. CJ Gavassos back on the mound for the BatCats, who lead the Newton Rebels by a score of 4-1 here, heading into the bottom of the second. The Newton Rebels trying to avoid their 16th loss of the season. A win right now here in this first 7-inning game of the night between these two teams would give the Rebels their second home win of the season. Pitch one to Drew Wardell in, and a big swing from the right-handed batter. Strike one. DJ Cavazos out of Fort Hays State University. Ballinger, Texas is where he calls home. Strike number two. And Drew Wardell receives picks number three. That will be a strikeout.
Next up the bat, number 49, Marcus Pollard.
Mark Fox Wigan realtor strikeout, I should say. Out number one, bottom of the second. No runners on base for the Rebels. One out, already bottom of the second. BatCats got 4 runs on the board in the top of the first earlier on. Next pitch in. Inside the strike zone. Strike number one. Marcus Pollard sees the next one, swings at it. Strike number two, 0-2 count. Vassos picks number 25 in, and a hit out to center field. Going to be the second out of the bottom of the second. Put up by the BatCat defense. First of which was a strikeout, and then Marcus Pollard fly ball out to center field. Next up, Lance White, number 27, infielder. The Newton Rebels. 2 outs, bottom of the second. Next pitch in. No swing from White, but strike number one. Called strike. White receives the next one. Foul number one, 1-1 count. One pitch in, and a big swing from White. 1-2. Cavazos pitch, and a big hit out to center field. But once again, a tremendous play in the outfield by the BatCats, able to bring down that White hit in center field to bring up the third out of the bottom of the second. Top of the third coming up. The Newton Rebels trying to avoid their 16th loss of the season, their 4th win they're trying to receive here in Klein Scott Field tonight. Stay with us. Top of the third coming up here in this first game of the doubleheader between the BatCats and the Newton Rebels. Capobianco, big number 21, going to start off the top of the third here in Klein Scott Field. Early on, the BatCats out to a 3-run lead, 4-1 to be exact. Next pitch, in for Bryson Harding. Strike number 1, 0-1 count. Next pitch in, and Capobianco makes contact out to first base, and he gets caught out. First out of the top of the third. Cade Goki going to be next up. Once again, 1 out, top of the third so far. Rebels kind of trying to turn this game around if they allowed 4 runs in the top of the first. Nicholas Fierro started out the ball game, but only pitched top of the first, the top of the first, aforementionedly. Strike 1. Harding receives the signal. Umpire holding him off. He winds up, fires it in to the bottom. 1-1 count. The BatCats leading 4-1 here, top of the third. 1 out. 1-1 pitch in, and strike number 2. 1-2 count. Cade Goki awaits the 1-2 pitch. Receives it, makes contact, and Harding brings in the hit and gets out to Drew Wardell over at first. Out number 2. Top of the third. Joey Marker going to be next up at the bottom of the batting lineup for the Great Bend BatCats. Again, 2 outs, top of the third. Rebels trying to get back on the offense. Harding pitch number 24. Fired in. Top and to the inside. Ball number 1. Harding seems to be pretty under control. Didn't allow a single run in the top of the second. Strike number 1. Top of the third, 2 outs. Bryson Harding fires it in. Inside and to the top. And it looks like he might have made contact with the batter on that one. Joey Marker making his way over to first base. An unforced error from Harding. Possibly the first one we've seen so far. Going to reset the count. 2 outs. Runner on first for the BatCats. Jesse Pont's going to be next up. Third time we've seen him so far put up the first run of the ball game for the BatCats. Jesse Ponce out of Enid Community College. Harding possibly could have got that runner out at first. He would have pulled the trigger, but going to live to fight another day. Harding first pitch in, and contact between left and center field, and the Rebels bring it down. Tremendous job in the outfield on the defensive side, not allowing a single run in the top of the third after they allowed 4 in the top of the first. Bottom of the third coming up here for Platt Scott Field. The Rebels trying to pick up their second home win of 2024. Stay with us. Number 2, Blake Koss going to start off the bottom of the third, batting for the Newton Rebels. BatCats leading the Rebels 4-1 as the Rebels try to fight their way back into this ball game. They allowed all four of the BatCats runs in the top of the first. Jordy Lopez started off, or not Jordy Lopez, what am I trying to say? Nicholas Fierro started off on the mound for the Newton Rebels, but quickly got replaced by Bryson Harding. Ball number 1. And a big swing, that time from Koss. 9th batter in the batting lineup tonight. 1-1 count. Basis remains in the ball game at the pitching spot, but a big time play that time by Jesse Ponce at the shortstop spot brings down the fly ball. If Ponce wouldn't have gotten up for that one, it would have been a base hit at least for Koss. But next up, Jordy Lopez, big number 32. 1 out, bottom of the third. Faces picks number 33. Fired in to the outside. Ball 1. This is only allowing 1 run so far. Currently, once again, in the bottom of the third. 2-0. Pitch going in there. Lopez showed bunt. Going to get called a strike. Going to get called for the strike. 2-1 count. One out, bottom of the third. Lopez, no swing. 3-1 count. Shenyan Zhang going to be next up after Lopez. Let's head to the batter's box and full count. 3-2 after the previous Cavazos pitch. Cavazos gets that one. And Lopez going to be called out, it looks like, over at first. Or no, Lopez sprinted his way over to first base. And you're going to get to stay. Great play by Lopez, beating both the pitcher and the first baseman to stay over at first. Lopez been all over the diamond tonight for the Newton Rebels in this first game of the doubleheader between the BatCats and the Rebels. We're singing the doubleheader because the previous home game of the season for the Rebels here in Klein Scottsville between these two teams got rescheduled due to inclement weather. Pitch in and ball 1. Let's get only 1 out. Bottom of the third, the Rebels got a chance of eating into this lead here. Cavazos, gonna maybe get Lopez out over at first. Lopez trying to keep himself alive. Lopez back over to first. He's gonna maybe get out here. Try to make Cavazos miss, but maybe getting a little bit too greedy on that one. Was Jordy Lopez, shortstop for the Newton Rebels. Gonna be out number 2 here in the bottom of the third. Count stays 1-0. An aggressive try from Lopez didn't quite pay off. It's a good chance of getting some runs on the board, another run on the board for the Rebels, but gonna have to try another mean. Gonna try with other means. Zhang swings at that one. 1-1 count. BatCats leading 4-1 in the bottom of the third. Next pitch inside, gets called a strike. 1-2 count. Bases picks number 42 and ball into the dirt. Two is the count, and it looked like the catcher for the BatCats. Might have got hit in the upper body off of that bounce, off of the dirt. I believe Ian George, starting catcher for the BatCats, kind of gets a wrong place at the wrong time. Type of play. Count at 2-2. 2 outs. Bottom of the third. Here in Klein Scott Field. Rebels trying to eat in to this 3-1 lead for the BatCats. George getting back up to his feet. Going to resume action. I believe it hit him in the throat. You saw George's mask bounce off after the contact was made. And George makes his way back behind home plate. And play is going to resume. 2-2 count. Here in the bottom of the third, 2 outs. Zhang trying to keep it going. Sheng and Zhang, the catcher for the Newton Rebels tonight, going to receive the 2-2 pitch. No swing. 3-2 count. Zhang, catcher out of Taiwan. Contact made. Foul ball. To the right side. Count going to say 3-2. The bases get ready to throw his 45th pitch of the evening. Said pitch comes in to the inside, and Zhang gonna get a walk over to first. Umpire took a while to kind of make his ruling on that one. Titan Gable gonna set up with Zhang over on first. Bases once again only giving up 1 run in the bottom of the first. That one heads to the inside. Strike 1. Titan Gable receives the 0-1 pitch. Heads out of the strike zone. 1-1 count. Titan Gable coming off a 3.27 batting average performance over the Twins just a few days ago. 2-1 count. Next pitch in, hard contact from Gable out to right field, and the BatCats bring it down for the third out of the bottom of the third, top of the fourth coming up. Rebels trying to cut in to this 3-run deficit. We'll see what they can do on the defensive side when we come back for the top of the fourth here in Klein Scott Field. Stay with us. My name is Adrian Holgen, and welcome back into Klein Scott Field, top of the fourth. Fixing to commence, Bryson Harding still in the ball game. On the mound for the Newton Rebels, in relief for number 24, Nicholas Fierro, who started the game but had a bit of a rough top of the first where it gave up 4 runs to the BatCats, giving them their only 4 runs of the ball game. Pitch number 1 in, strike number 1, but Harding already putting up 28 pitches so far, kind of bouncing back in a big way, giving up no runs here throughout his 2 innings of play thus far. Now in the middle of his third, 1-1 count. No outs. BatCats trying to grow their 3-run lead. Next pitch in and to the outside, ball number 2. 2-1 count. Carson Lorch, the batter in currently, and Harding almost takes his lights out. A bit high on that pitch and to the inside, 2-1. Top of the fourth, no outs. Bryson Harding fires it in, and no swing. Going to be a walk over to first for Lorch. Cooper Smith. Going to head up number 30 for the BatCats. A handful of at-bats. He's gotten on base more often than not. In his last game, a .278 batting average performance. Strike number 1. Good runner on first for the BatCats. Harding out of Norco, Louisiana, fires that one in there, and saying couldn't get the throw over to Jody Lopez, shortstop in time. Stolen base, Lorch makes his way over from first to second here early on in the top of the fourth. No outs. 1-1 count. Harding, a sophomore at Southeastern Arkansas Community College. Sends in the next pitch, 1-2 count. Zhang's got to be kind of kicking himself a little bit after that errant pass over to second intended for Jody Lopez. Looking to get to live to fight another day. Next pitch in and another ball. 2-2 count. Zhang named a JL Collegiate League All-Star earlier on in this week. Catches that ball. 3-2 count. Catches the pitch, I should say, full count at 3-2. Bryson Harding has a chance to get in the first strikeout of the fourth inning. Jody Lopez, who is standing right behind second plate, also named an All-Star earlier on in this week. And number 30, Cooper Smith, going to get the walk over to first. Runners down on first and second here early on in the top of the fourth. 1 runner in scoring position. Next up the bat, Jake Creel, designated hitter for the BatCats here in Klein Scott Field, Newton, Kansas. A warm day outside today here in Newton, Kansas. No clouds virtually in sight. Thought we could get some inclement weather today, but it held off luckily. First pitch in and ball number 1, 1-0 count. Great night for baseball. Harding, pitch number 40. On the way, looks back at second. Fires it in, and Zhang thought about throwing it over to Jody Lopez. 2-0 count. Jet Creel. Left-handed batter for the BatCats. Receives the next one. Strike one, 2-1. Count. Jake Creel, 5'9", 180-pounder out of Wiley, Texas. Two-one count, make it 3-1. Bryson Harding once again coming in as a reliever for Nicholas Fierro, who started out the ball game at Kansas Wesleyan University. He gave up 4 runs in the top of the first. The Rebels still trying to kind of fight back. BatCats have 1 runner in scoring position, going to make it 2 after Creel gets walked over to first. Christian Amon going to be next up. Only no outs. To the top of the fourth, BatCats have virtually nothing to lose. Wouldn't be surprised for Amon to see Amon maybe swing for the fences, try to get some of these runners in, trying to get an RBI. Single or double. Here in the top of the fourth. Bryson Harding fires it in. Strike number 1. Hasn't given up a run so far. After pitching the top of the second and the third so far, in the middle of the top of the fourth. 0-1 pitch. Inside the strike zone. Strike number 2. Appreciate you joining us from anywhere you are. Rebels trying to pick up their 4th win of the season over the BatCats and Bryson Harding. Gets that Mark Fox Wigan Realtor strikeout. First out of the top of the fourth. Next up the bat, Ian George. For the Great Bend BatCats. First pitch in, and strike number 1 from Bryson Harding on his 47th pitch of the evening. 0-1 count. Bases loaded for the BatCats. 1 out. Just saw the strikeout put up by Harding. And his next pitch in and fouled off to the right side. 0-2. And George. Catcher for the BatCats, who saw him go down a half an inning ago after he got contact from a Cavaso's pitch. For the BatCats, the next one in, and a foul ball caught by the Cakes fence. 0-2. Going to remain. Are they going to try and do it again? Bases loaded for the BatCats. Rebels cannot allow any more runs. Likely in the top of the fourth. They're going to stay in this ball game. And a ball to the outside. Zhang catcher for the Rebels was begging for that call for the swing from the umpire. George stays alive. 1-2 count. And George makes contact, and Jody Lopez gets the runner out at second, but could not convert on the double play over to first baseman Drew Wardell. Carson Lorch started at the top of the fourth hitting, and finally makes his way around the bases. 5-1 lead for the BatCats here on the top of the fourth. 2 outs. Capabianco receives pitch number 1 in this series. 1-0 count. Runners on first and third for the BatCats, who lead this game 5-1. The top of the fourth. 2 outs. And a stolen base going to be ended up being converted from first to second, and another run heads in for the BatCats. Time brought in by Cooper Smith. Cooper Smith, the second batter, stepped up to the plate here in the top of the fourth. Finally makes his way over to home. BatCats leading, I believe, total of 6-1 here so far tonight. Once again, a 6-1 lead for the BatCats here in the top of the fourth. And going to be a walk over to first. Hitting the batter. Batter was Goki, number 1. Joey Marker. Next to take on Bryson Harding. Giving up 2 runs here in the top of the fourth. BatCats leading 6-1 in the first game of this doubleheader in Clarence-Scott Field. BatCats head into it with a record of 11-6. Rebels trying to pick up their 4th win of the season. Harding, pitch number 54 in, and to the outside, ball 1. Harding's back up against the wall. See if he can stay composed here with bases loaded right behind him. Slight swing on that one. From Marker brings up strike number 1, 1-1 count. And the catcher for the Rebels tonight in the JL Collegiate League All-Star earlier this week. Next pitch, in and high into the inside. Ball 2. Bryson Harding, a Southeastern Arkansas Community College sophomore. 57th pitch in and a swing and a miss from Joey Marker. Strike number 2, 2-2 count. With bases loaded for the BatCats, we have a big-time break for the Rebels. They get the strikeout right here. Harding, pitch in, and that one up top. Called a ball from the umpire, 3-2 count. Rebels trying to pick up their 2nd home win in 2024. Harding fires it in, and strike number 3. Yet another Mark Fox Wigan Realtor strikeout. And the top of the fourth. Big time break for the Rebels. Gave up 2 runs in the top of the fourth, but with bases loaded, Bryson Harding comes up big and gets that 2nd strikeout of the top of the fourth. Coming up, bottom of the fourth. From Clarence-Scott Field, my name is Adrian Holguin, and stay with us. Bottom of the fourth, Clarence-Scott Field. Cooper Addison going to kick us off in the batter's box for the Newton Rebels. BatCats leading the Rebels 6-1 after they put up 4 runs in the top of the first and 2 runs in the top of the fourth. And Addison, a fly ball out to center field, brought down by Joey Marker, second baseman tonight for the BatCats. Out number 1, bottom of the fourth. Cabezas pitch number 51 in and into the dirt. Ball 1. Big swing and foul. That time by Jack Gardner. 5th in the batting lineup tonight for the Newton Rebels. One count. Another foul ball to the left side. 1-2. Marcus Pollard really had some contact from that foul ball. Able to hit it off instead. 1-2 count. 1 out, bottom of the fourth. Cabezas pitch in. Another ball. Down low. 2-2 count. Cabezas only allowing 1 pitch, or 1 run, I should say, in the bottom of the first. Down the bottom of the fourth, having a pretty solid day. Another foul ball from Jack Gardner. Keeps himself alive. 2-2 count still. And a swing and a miss. And another Mark Weigand Realtor strikeout forced by Cabezas. For the Great Bend BatCats, 2 outs, bottom of the fourth. So Drew Wardell, number 11. Last time out had a batting average of 0.38 against the Derby Twins. Pitch number 1, strike 1. Once again, 2 outs, bottom of the fourth. The BatCats leading 6-1 over the Newton Rebels here in Klein Scott Field. Next pitch. Fouled off. Strike 2. 0-2 count. Eventually deciding. Strikeout pitch fired in and fouled once again. Fouled off by Drew Wardell. So we're on meal makers for the Newton Rebels, Pathway Care Women's Care Group, First Baptist Church, Newton First United Methodist Church, The Table, Hope Graber, Plum on the Go, Kim Pouch, and American Legion Auxiliary. Cabezas pitch number 60. Fired in for ball number 1. 1-2 count. 2 outs, bottom of the fourth. Drew Wardell remaining in the batter's box from first base, from his normal first base spot. And that one fouled off to the left side. And George still at the catching spot for the Great Bend BatCats. We saw him kind of go out or go down an inning ago after he made contact with the Cabezas pitch to his upper body. Staying in there and trying to lead the BatCats to their 12th win of the season. Next pitch, fired in and a swing and a miss. Another Mark Fox Weigand Realtor strikeout for Cabezas leads to the end of the bottom of the fourth. 3 outs. Top of the fifth coming up in this fast-moving affair that is the first of 2 game of this doubleheader between the BatCats and the Rebels. Stay with us.
Okay, fans, it's time for you.
Bryson Harding fires another pitch to kick off the top of the 5th here in Klein Scott Field. Made our way once again through the BatCats lineup. Jesse Potts next in the ball game. Batting wise for the Great Bend BatCats. First pitch fouled off to the left side. Second pitch, I should say, 1-1 count. Again, top of the 5th, BatCats leading 6-1. St. Louis. And contact made over to Jordy Lopez, who gets it back over to Drew Wardell, first baseman. They pick up the first out of the top of the 5th. My apologies. Looks like Wyatt Jeward subbed into the ballgame in relief for Bryson Harding in this first of 2 back-to-back ball games between the Newton Rebels and the BatCats. 1-0 count, top of the 5th. Top of the 5th. Next one in, and a beautiful job of White of hauling in that foul ball from third base. Would have been a beautiful play over to Drew Wardell. Would have possibly been the second out of the top of the 5th, but instead, big time break for Carson Lorch. Big number 4, who stays alive. 1-1 count. Top of the 5th, 1 out. BatCats leading 6-1. Next pitch, called a strike. Wyatt Jeward, right-handed pitcher, 1-2 count. Jeward firing in these pitches, left, right, and center. That one uncontrolled. Couldn't be hauled in by Zhang. 2-2 count. Jeward, a right-handed pitcher out of Tabor College. Hometown Danville, Kansas. That one in and a foul ball. Over the catch fence. Count going to stay 2-2. Big contact Lorch made on that foul ball. Jewett only 9 pitches in. 10th pitch gets winded up and shot in down low. 3-2 count, full count. Getting a bit windy. The infield, it looks like. Pitch fired in. White going to fire it over to first base. All the way over to Drew Wardell. Second out of the top of the 5th. Cooper Smith going to be next up to bat for the Great Bend BatCats here in the top of the 5th. The BatCats leading 6-1 after they put up 4 runs in the top of the 1st and 2 in the top of the 4th. First pitch in and ball number 1. Jewett pitch number 13. Called a strike. And another strike. Put up by Jewett, who's coming in relief for Bryson Harding, who previously relieved Nicholas Fiera. 1-2 pitch in. And not quite contact made on Cooper Smith. Kind of bounced either off his foot or between his legs. 2-2 count here in the top of the fifth. 2 outs. Now 3-2. Full count, 3-2. Wyatt Druid out of Tabor College. Junior over there fires it in. Foul ball to the right side. Going to stay 3-2. Druid picks number 18, comes in, and a ball to the bottom. Picking himself after that one. Going to send the runner all the way over to first. Jet Creel stepping up now, coming off a .378 batting average performance. And the BatCats 5-0 loss to the Kansas Cannons. Strike one. Ball one. 1-1 count. Creel out of Wiley, Texas. Swing and a miss. Strike number 2. That was 1 strike away from getting out of the top of the fifth and heading into the bottom of the fifth. And a big swing and a miss down low forces the third out of the top of the fifth. Bottom of the fifth coming up. Rebels trying to cut into the 6-1 BatCat lead. But they only have a limited amount of time left to do so. They're going to have to start picking up the pace here pretty dang quick. But they're going to be back on the offensive when we come back from Klein Scott Field. Stay with us. Marcus Pollard going to kick off the bottom of the sixth. The Newton Rebels trying to quickly cut into the 6-1 lead. They're going to need to do so quickly as time is quickly starting to wind out or come at least to a close here in the first half of this doubleheader between the Great Bend BatCats and the Newton Rebels. Pitch one in and 1-0 count. More of the same on the second. Canvas's pitch of the bottom of the fifth. His total up to 64. And next one's swing and a miss from Marcus Pollard down low. 2-1 count. Marcus Pollard, number 49 out of Northern State College, Sherwood Park, Alabama, where he calls home, and the BatCats big time play in the infield. Holy smokes. Cade Goki came up from the third base spot and fired it all the way over to first base. And together, it resulted in the first out of the bottom of the fifth. Tough break for the Newton Rebels. But next up, Lance White, third baseman himself, on the other side. Bottom of the fifth, 1 out. Pitch 1 in and called ball. Cavase's next one. More of the same, outside, and ball 2. And pitch 3 of this series. Down low once again. 3-0 count. Last time out, Waikiki didn't get much of a chance to make an impact from the batter's box. 3-0 count. 3-1 count. Correction. Bases fires another one, and down low, White gonna get walked all the way over to first base, but the Rebels have to find a way to take advantage and to get him around the bases. Blake Koss, the bottom of the batting lineup for the Rebels, heading up. Blake Koss, an infielder for the Rebels out of Pratt Community College. Ball 1. Koss awaits the next one, receives it, and ball 2. 1 out, bottom of the fifth. Lance White, the runner on first for the Rebels. And the next pitch, hard to the inside, going to send Koss over to first, and White over to second. Off of the hit by the pitcher. Only 1 out, bottom of the fifth, so 2 outs to give for the Rebels before they have to surrender. Cavazos already 74 pitches in. 1 runner in scoring position for the Rebels, who have to get some runs on the board. Pitch in, and ball 1. Judy Lopez put up the lone run of the game for the Rebels earlier on in the bottom of the first. Going to try and put up another. Strike 1. 1-1 count. Cavazos likely going to kind of test Lopez's patience in the sequence. His 77th pitch, fired in, and Lopez takes a big swing at it. 1-2 count. It's going to White over at second, and Blake Koss over at first for the Rebels. And Judy Lopez up to bat. 1-2 pitch in, and Lopez makes contact out to the shortstop, who gets the ball over to third, and together they get White out at third. 2 outs. Runners on first and second. Lopez and Blake Koss at first and second, respectively. Zhang stepping up now from the catching spot to bat. Cavazos fires that one in there, and the BatCats pick up the 3rd out over at second to put it into the bottom of the 5th. Jody Lopez just a step too slow trying to get there. He's kind of beating himself up now. Proverbially, of course. Top of the 6th coming up from Klein Scott Field. The Rebels trailing by 6 runs, 2-1. Great Bend trying to pick up their 12th win of the season. We'll see if they're successful when we come back. So we continue this ball game. Top of the 6th coming up. Welcome back, Clyde Scott Field. My name is Adrian Holguin. The BatCats leading the Rebels by a score of 6-1, entering the top of the six. Let's look at some of our financial partners in Clyde Scott Field. Arma Coatings of Wichita Incorporated, Newton Rebels founder Carl Hodges and family, John Oldham family, Conradi Insurance Group, Patriot Roofing Services, People's Bank and Trust, Platinum PDR Plus Paint, Roofing Services Unlimited, and Shamrock Car Wash and Pouch Enterprises. Christian Amon going to start us off here for the Great BatCats. Top of the six, showed bunt, fouled straight to his backside, strike one. Pitch in and contact out to right field. Going to bounce off of the ground and a single. Going to turn into a double. Or, yep, going to turn into a double, it looks like. It's a lack of hustle on that one in right field from Jack Gardner. Coaching staff not going to be very happy on that one. Looks like Colin Parks, assistant coach, kind of pleading his case. Thought that the runner was out at second. Step too slow. No outs. Top of the sixth, runner on second. Next pitch bounces right off the catcher, Ian George. His left shoulder. And Wyatt Jeward. Now after 24 pitches on his evening, first base and second base taken up by the BatCats now. Next up the bat, Kopianko. Last game, batting average of 1.54. That one swung at, fouled off, strike one. Top of the sixth here in Clyde Scott Field, the BatCats leading the Rebels 6-1. And that one, contact made, and the Rebels get the runner out over at third. Bit of some revenge after what we just saw. Runner's going to be on first and second for the Great Bend BatCats. Cade Goki going to set up. One out. Top of the sixth. Pitch called a strike. 0-1 count. Next one to the outside. Zhang, good job of reaching out and hauling that pitch in. 1-1 count. Jeward's next pitch fired in. Double play opportunity. Lopez gets the runner out at second, but runner's going to remain at first and third for the BatCats. Joey Marker going to be next up to bat. Once again, good job by Lopez to kind of make some heads-up plays and picking up some outs for the infield of the Newton Rebels. Contact made on the pitch. And ball bounces off the ground. And runner makes his way home. Ian George from the catching spot for the BatCats. Jack Gardner once again a little bit a step too slow and getting underneath that one on the right at the right field spot. Runners remain on first and third. That last run, BatCats hold a 7-1 lead here in the top of the sixth. Ponch. Ponce receives the first pitch, strike one. Ponce's last time out batting average of 3.45 against his team's loss to the Wichita Cannons. 17-6 Wichita Kansas, or Wichita Cannons, I should say. Goodness gracious. Cannons got the better of the BatCats by a score of 5-0. Pitch in. 1-2 count. Pitch in and a ball to the outside, and Lopez gets the runner out at second. He's trying to slow his way over from first to second. 3 outs, top of the sixth, bottom of the sixth coming up. The Rebels trying to pick up their second home win of 2024. See what they can do. Bottom of the sixth coming up. Titan Gable going to start us off here in the bottom of the sixth here in Klein Scott Field in this first game of the doubleheader between the BatCats and the Newton Rebels. BatCats leading 7-1 here thus far. First pitch in, and contact made straight over to first base. Titan Gable once again, the batter on that one. 1 out. Bottom of the sixth. Cooper Addison going to step up. First base to the outside, ball one. Another hit for the Rebels. Head straight to the same spot, out to first. Titan Gable first. Got caught out at first, and then Cooper Addison, same thing. 2 outs, bottom of the sixth. Pitch in, called strike. Jack Gardner coming in after Addison. Gardner playing right field in this first game for the Rebels. 2 strikes. Third pitch heads in, and a swing and a miss from Gardner. Leads down to the 0-2 count. Two outs, bottom of the sixth. Cabezos pitch number 92 on the way. Fired into the outside, no swing. 1-2 count. Next one, another ball to the inside. Look at base, that's 2-2 count. And the next one outside and down low. Full count now. Cabezas kind of testing Jack Gardner from the mound. Gardner, contact made out to third, and the BatCats able to barely get Gardner out at first. 3 outs quickly in the bottom of the 6th, top of the 7th coming up here in Klein Scott Field. Rebels have their backs up against the wall. We'll see what they can do. Tyson George. Starting us off. Carson Lorch starting us off. Quick pitching change made heading into the top of the 7th for the Newton Rebels. Dylan Droney heading in relief for number 16, Wyatt Jeward, who we guess give up a run in the top of the 6th. One 0 pitch comes in, strike one, fouled up to the left side. So again, right after this one, we're going to have another ball game between the BatCats and the Rebels. Another 7-inning affair. This one only has a little bit over half an inning left in it. 1-2 count. Pitch in and ball up to the top. Count at 2, 0 outs, top of the 7th. Two pitch in to the outside, full count, 3-2. Jonah only 5 pitches in. 6th pitch in and a fly ball. Zane going to try and bring it down. We're not going to get close to it. Count stays 3-2. Great Bend potentially on the verge of picking up their 12th win of the season. Would grow their total up to 12-6. Jonah fires it in. Ball down low. Lorch gets walked to first. Cooper Smith. He'll be next up, third in the batting rotation. Seen him get on base pretty much every time he's got an opportunity. Drone in, pitch to the outside. Ball one. That gets up 7-1. Top of the seventh, no outs. Runner on first. Pitch in into the inside. No swing. 2-0 count. Dylan Drone picks number 10. He winds up, fires it in, and strike one. 2-1 is the count. Drone glances over at first. Sees the call, fires it in. 3-1. Cooper Smith. Number 30. Coming off a 3.00 batting average performance. Drone tests the runner over at first. Unsuccessfully. Next pitch coming in. Brings it in a hard hit out to right field. And that time, Jack Gardner brings it down, picks up the first out of the top of the seventh.
Next at the bat, number 15,
Jack Creel, indeed, next up, designated hitter for the Great Bend BatCats. Pitch number one, fouled off to the right side, strike one. Jake Creel last time, 3.78 batting average. Trying to keep that thing going. Hard hit between center and left field, but the Rebels bring it down. Out number two, top of the seventh.
number 28, Christian Amon.
Runner remaining on first for the Great Bend BatCats. Shenyan Zhang still back behind home plate. Dylan Drone staring right at him. Receives the call. Fires in the pitch inside. 1-0 count. 2 outs, top of the seventh. Drone fires in the next one, right out into center field. And the Rebels bring it down. 3 outs. Brings it into the top of the seventh. Bottom of the seventh coming up here will be the deciding factor in who comes out on top in the first game of this doubleheader between the Great Bend BatCats and the Newton Rebels. Stay with us here in Klein Scott Field. Bottom of the 7th, Klein Scott Field. The BatCats leading the Rebels 7-4. Could be on the verge of picking up their 12th win of the season. Would bring their win total up to 12-6, but the Rebels would have a chance of redemption later on tonight. Drew Wardell swings the first pitch. Strike one. Cavazos, 96 pitches into his outing today here at Klein Scott Field, only has given up a single run in the bottom of the first. Count at 1. Drew Wardell hasn't had a lot of luck in terms of hitting today, but try to turn his day around. Bezos in and swing and a miss from Wardell. Strike number 2, 1-2 count. And next pitch, Wardell makes contact out to right field, and the BatCats bring it down for the first out of the bottom of the 7th.
Now batting number 49, Marcus Pollard.
Number 49, Marcus Pollard. Right-handed hitter for the Newton Rebels out of Northern State College, Sherwood Park, Alabama. BatCats up 7-1, 1 out, bottom of the 7th. First pitch in and fouled off. Left side, Marcus Pollard. Strike 1. Okay, so sends in the 0-1 pitch. And Pollard, big hit out to right field. The Cats cannot get underneath it. We'll let Marcus Pollard stay over at first base. He thought about making his way over to second, but he instead looked to maybe live to fight another day, proverbially. Lance White next up. Reset the count. White receives the first pitch. Ball to the low side. Ball 1. 1-0 count, 1 out. White makes contact with that one out to center field, and the BatCats get underneath it, and Pollard gets tested over at first. Right after White. Tough break at it. 2 outs, bottom of the 7th. The last half inning of the first half of this doubleheader. Blake Koss, the bottom of the batting rotation next up. Strike 1. 0-1 count. Runner on first. Cavazos pitch number 105. And a 1-1 count. .106 fouled off to the right side. Strike number 2. One-two pitch in and a swing and a strikeout from Cavazos. 107 total pitches in this first game of this doubleheader here in Newton, Kansas, Klein Scott Field. My name is Adrian Holgen. We'll be back just a matter of maybe a half an hour, maybe even a full hour, when the second half of this doubleheader kicks off between the Newton Rebels and the Great Bend BatCats. The Rebels now fall to 3-16 on the season here in Klein Scott Field, and the Great Bend BatCats grow their overall season record to 12-6. Stay with us. Game 2 coming up. Welcome back at the Klein Scott Field. Second game of this back-to-back slate between the BatCats and the Newton Rebels. The BatCats got the better of the Rebels earlier on this evening, winning by a total of 6 runs, 7-1. The BatCats grew their overall season record to 12-6. Meanwhile, the Newton Rebels dropped to an overall record of 3-16. It's been a long break, but back in action to start off the second game. Pitch number 1. In from Colby Gomez. Leads 2. Ball 1, 1-0 count. Carson Lorch starting us off hitting-wise for the BatCats. 1-1 count. Top of the first, still no outs. Once again, both of these teams already played one game earlier on this evening. Lorch big hit out to left field, and the Rebels, after a long descent, bring it down 1 out, top of the first. But no doubt after that long game we just played that lasted maybe just over 2 hours, I mean, it's hard to imagine that maybe the endurance won't be a factor in the second game. Could fit into a battle of such. One win for the Newton Rebels would bring in their second home win of the season. Kyle Walker makes his way up. Now faces a 1-0 count. Pitch number 1 of this series from Gomez came in a little bit high. Gomez, another try at it. This time out of the strike zone again, but this time outside, not up high. 2-0. Colby Gomez normally plays in the infield, but the coaching staff has him at pitcher for this ball game out of Pratt Community College, Newton, Kansas, where he resides full-time. 3-0 count. And strike 1. Avoids the walk, does Gomez, but going to have to get 2 more strikes if he wants to do it. Get 2 more strikes, excuse me. And swing at it out to first. Drew Wardell could not bring it in. Said Clark gets it from right field. And Walker going to stay over at first. 1 out, top of the first. Cooper Smith going to step up. Cooper Smith earlier tonight, 308 batting average. Pitch 1 in, and ball number 1, 1-0 count. Thank you for joining us for tonight's broadcast. Now 3 hours and 20 minutes into it. At least in terms of the live stream, big hit out into center field. Hits the ground. Runner's going to be on first and second. Once again, Colby Gomez kicking us off on the mound for the Newton Rebels. Once again, thank you for staying with us throughout the first game and now into the second game. Going to be coming up fourth in the lineup, Jet Creel for the BatCats. Got some time also earlier on in the evening, similar, of course, to Cooper Smith. Designated hitter tonight, 3.67 batting average in the first contest. Runners on first and second. 1 in scoring position. Colby Gomez fires it in. Ball 1. Jet Creel out of Wiley, Texas. Takes in the second pitch and hits it straight over to the second baseman. And then Jordy Lopez gets the double play. Converts on it, at least, with Drew Wardell. 3 quick outs in the top of the first brings up the end of said top of the first, with the Rebels giving up 0 runs. A big contrast to what we saw earlier on tonight, where they gave up 4 runs in the top of the first to the BatCats. We'll see what they can do. Bottom of the first coming up from Klein Scott Field. Welcome back, Klein Scott Field. The Rebels come out of the top of the first without giving up any runs. A big difference between last game where they gave up 4. 0-0 ball game entering the bottom of the first. Armacones of Wichita, one of our financial partners, along with the Newton Rebels founder, Carl Hodges and family, John Oldham family, Conradi Insurance Group, Patridge Roofing Services, People's Bank and Trust, Platinum PDR Plus Paint, Roofing Services Unlimited, and Shamrock Car Wash and Pouch Enterprises. Starting us off, Jody Lopez, batting for the Newton Rebels. To kick off the bottom of the first, Jody Lopez in the last game brought one home in the bottom of the first himself. Let's see what he can do here. Strike one. Second pitch in, and strike number 2, big swing. Got to stay disciplined from beyond the plate. Chase Gruber fires in his third pitch. Ball to the outside. Chase Gruber at a Neosho Community College, where he attends and does his schooling, of course. Great Bend, Kansas, where he resides full-time. Foul to the right side, 1-2 count. So bottom of the first, still a lot of game to be played. The Rebels want nothing more than to get some revenge on the 7-1 loss they took just about an hour ago to these same Great Bend BatCats. Lopez contact between first and second, and an error by the shortstop for Great Bend. Kyle Walker allows for Lopez to be safe at first. Chris Clark, now returning to the lineup. I haven't really seen him the last couple of home games that the Rebels have participated in. Was a pretty consistent hitter early on in the season for the Rebels. We'll see what he can do here. Outfielder out of Southeastern Arkansas Community College, Lacopel, Louisiana. He resides. Jody Lopez got tested over at first. Going to be safe. 0 outs. Bottom of the first. Lopez got on base due to an infield error between the shortstop and the second baseman. Clark, big swing and a miss. Strike one. Gruber looks back at first, where Lopez resides currently. Lopez is going to look to steal second, and he is going to be called out just a millisecond too slow. It really was just a judgment call by the umpire, but obviously he has better eyes than we do up here. 1-1 count, 1 out, bottom of the first. 1 out, bottom of the first. Chris Clark receives the 1-1 pitch, strike 2. 1-2 gets fired in, and Clark gets striked out real quick. That's a Mark Fox Wigan Realtor strikeout. Thank you for sponsoring the Newton Rebels. Titan Gable going to step up, big number 8. Jody Lopez once again got called out at second, trying to steal his way from first to second. 2 outs after Chris Clark also got striked out. Gable foul ball to the right side. 0-1 count. Bottom of the first. Titan Gable, 3.27 batting average in tonight's previous affair. Next one in, and ball to the outside. 1-1 count. 2 outs, 11 total pitches for Gruber so far for the BatCats. Next one, another ball. 2-1. 2 outs. Gruber into the outside, forces the Gable hard swing, 2-2. Titan Gable at McPherson, Kansas. Sees the 2-2 pitch outside, ball 3. 3-2 count, 2 outs. Bottom of the first. Rebels held the BatCats scoreless. The top of the first, and Gable makes contact. Gets the foul to the left side, keeps his at-bat opportunity alive. Next pitch, Gable out to left field, and the BatCats not going to retrieve the foul ball. Looked like it might have remained in play, but nevertheless, Gable going to stay in the batter's box. Get another chance out. 3-2 count. Chase Gruber now up to 16 total pitches. Two hits for the BatCats, only one so far for the Rebels, but Gable, hits that one between center and left field, but the left fielder brings it down for the BatCats. 3 outs, bottom of the first, top of the second coming up in this possibly low-scoring defensive battle here in Klein Scott Field. Stay with us. Top of the second coming up. Talking too fast. What am I doing? Top of the second coming up between the Rebels and the BatCats. The BatCats got the better of the Rebels earlier on this evening. My name is Adrian Holguin, and the BatCats 12-6 overall in the season now. The Rebels 3-16. Pitch in from Colby Gomez. 13th of the day. 1-0 count. Next one, fired in. Christian Amon not going to swing at it. 1-1 count. No outs, top of the second. Gomez, another one, up top. Ball 2, 2-1 count. I'm trying to feel out Amon here early. Of course, logically, Gomez had no cracks at it first game. That pitch a little bit slightly to the outside. Shenyan Zhang had to kind of reach out to the right side for it. And that time he had to go down and kicks the dirt. Ball that sends Amon over to first. Cabo Bianco. Going to make his way up now. Earlier on, 127 batting average. First game tonight. Not what he wanted to see, but he has a chance to redeem himself. Top of the second, still no outs. Christian Amon on first. Gomez fires it in. Pitch a little bit of some downward trajectory. Strike one. Gomez, pitch number 19. Straight into the dirt, it looked like. I'm up here, 1-1 count. Let's get Christian Amon. Got walked over to first. where he resides. Gomez looks back over at second and fires that one in down low. Maybe there's some deception right there. Forces Capobianco to swing at the low pitch. It would have been a ball. 1-2. Capobianco sets it back up, number 21. And Gomez does the same. Lances back over at first. There you go. And rips the next one in there. And out of control pitch, gonna lead to Amon. They're getting over to second. Unforced error for the Rebels. Here in the top of the second, 2-2 count. Amon makes his way over from first to second, and Capobianco stays in the box. Judy Lopez kind of covering for a second from the shortstop spot. Takes his position. Gomez looks back. Likes what he sees, fires in the pitch. Foul ball, right side. Gonna stay 2-2. Still only 2 hits tonight, or at least in terms of the second of this 2-game affair for the BatCats. Then only 1 hit for the Rebels. 2-2 is the count. Umpire making his way back over. Quick little word with Newton Rebels head coach Justin Hinesley. Got that sorted out. Gomez sets up. Looks back at Lopez. Lopez waves him off. Gomez fires in the pitch. And a foul ball to the right side. Going to stay 2-2. Shenyan Zhang, that's catcher for the Rebels, named a JL Collegiate League All-Star. Was a JL Collegiate League All-Star selection. Announcement was made earlier this week. So was Jody Lopez over at second. Kind of jerked over to the second base before Kobe Gomez fired in the pitch to Capobianco. And he forced the strikeout, the Mark Wigan Realtor strikeout. Out one, top of the second. Runner still on second. Judy Lopez moves back over to his natural shortstop's position. No longer covering second. Pitch 1 in, strike 1. One out, top of the second. Gomez looks back. And now back forward. Nenes, no swing. But an out-of-control pitch. Surprisingly not going to try and be capitalized on. Christian Amon, I believe, still over at second. Glare from the light's kind of doing a number on it right there. But Kobe Gomez going to set back up regardless. 1-1 count. Gomez fires it in. Amon tries to steal his way over from second to third, but he's going to go all the way back. Foul ball. 1-2 count. Kobe Gomez up to 27 total pitches through the first half of the top of the second. Doesn't like the Zen call. Calls out the second one. Doesn't like the third one. He's shrugging it off. He likes the fourth one. There you go. Gomez fires it in and gets contact with Jody Lopez. Gets the runner out at third from the shortstop spot, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. No, I am not. We'll see. Indeed. 2 outs. Top of the second, runner on first. Jody Lopez, also a JL Collegiate League All-Star selection. Gomez fires it in to the outside. Ball number 1. Joey Marker up in the box. 1-0 count, 2 outs, top of the second. Gomez once again down low. 2-0 count now. Expect some almost be flirting with the strike zone here. At least I would expect it. Gomez looks back over at first. Now back in the zone, proverbially fires it in. And big contact made out to right field. For the BatCats, runner's going to stay at first and second. Big time play by Marker. Making contact with that one. Outfielder Chris Clark, the one that hauled in that big time hit. Once again from Joey Marker. Got it over to Jody Lopez and stopped the runners from advancing. Next up, Cade Goki. So Goki number 1, batting average of 1.90 earlier on today, but already off to a hot start as he gets that one, rolls it in over to Chris Clark in the right field. Bases loaded for the BatCats here in the top of the second, not where the Rebels wanted to be. Carson Lorch gonna be next up. Kind of what happened to the Rebels early on in the last game that just concluded. Once again, roughly an hour and a half ago. They kind of couldn't end out these innings, but one thing they can work on, I guess, Colby Gomez at the helm and head coach Justin Hinesley going to call for the timeout, going to meet up in the center. We'll see what they have coming up here. I guess a matter of minutes. Bases loaded for the BatCats, who got the better of the Rebels earlier on. 12-6 on the season. Great Bend is Newton Rebels trying to kind of turn their season around on the other side and try to get some wins here at home. Which they desperately need, of course, if they want to make it to where they want to go. Hinesley walks back over to the dugout. Shenyan Zhang back to the catching spot. Bases loaded. Colby Gomez hauls in the pitch. Zhang could not quite keep it at bay. The pitch by Colby Gomez, maybe a little bit off the mark. 1 run goes in for the BatCats. Rebels continue to kind of shoot themselves in the foot, proverbially. Gomez, 33 pitches in, 1 ball, no strikes in this sequence, 2 outs. Colby Gomez fires it in, strike 1. Carson Lorch. Big number 4. Zhang stops the pitch that could have gone awry. 2-1. 2 runners in scoring position for the BatCats. Top of the second, 2 outs. Gomez, big pitch in, up top. We have 3-1 count. 2 guys already saw 1 run head in. Top of the second. Rebels don't want to make it 2. And the next one brings a walk. Base is going to be loaded now. For the BatCats, it's Kyle Walker. Brings himself back up into the box. His second trip over there so far in the second half of this doubleheader. Walker sets up. Colby Gomez does the same. Fires the first pitch in. Up top and outside. His heart's got to be racing. Bases loaded right behind him. Ball 1. Gomez not going to look back. Walker, big hit, and luckily for the Newton Rebels, big number 11, Drew Wardell from the first base spot, brings in the hit and gets the batter out at first. Kyle Walker and the Rebels able to get out of a bases loaded situation unscathed. Did allow one run top of the second, but bottom of the second coming up here from Klein Scott Field. Stay with us. Let's read off some of our financial partners. Arma Coatings of Wichita, Newton Rebels founder Carl Hodges and family, John Oldham family, Conradi Insurance Group, Patriot Roofing Services, People's Bank and Trust, and Platinum PDR plus paint. We'll be back. Cooper Addison takes the first swing and fouls the first pitch of the top or bottom of the second. Keep getting that confused. What am I even doing? Fouls it off. 0-1 count. Second pitch. Ball one. No outs once again. Bottom of the second. Strike number 2, fouled off. BatCats hold a 1-0 lead over the Rebels. Got one run in. Top of the second. Foul ball. Cooper Addison. Addison 3.94 batting average earlier on in the evening. This one, no swing and a strikeout. Once again from Chase Gruber. Shengen Zhang going to step up now after the first out was taken in the bottom of the second. Zhang receives the first one. Has to lean back, still called a strike by the umpire. 0-1 count. Next one, also called a strike. 0-2. Zhang gonna have to stay composed. Pitch comes in. Zhang swings at it, and it's gonna be a fly ball out to the center fielder for the BatCats, who brings it down.
Next is bat, number 11, Drew Wardell.
Cade Goki was the second baseman who brought that down. 2 outs now, bottom of the second. Drew Wardell next up from the first baseman spot. Pitch in, big swing to the outside pitch. 0-1 count. BatCats up 1-0. Drew Wardell kind of resetting here a little bit, making sure his protective gear is all set in stone. Pitch in, ball outside. 1-1 count. 2 outs, bottom of the second. So again, the second 7-inning affair we've seen tonight. Pitch in, no swing from Wardell. 2-1 count. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Drew Wardell going to take in the 2-1 pitch. Comes in, no swing, but strike number 2. 2-2 count. Here in Klein Scott Field, Newton, Kansas. 2 outs, bottom of the second. No runners on base for the Rebels, the BatCats, up 1-0. Pitch in, and a big swing from Drew Wardell leads to yet another Mark Wigan Realtor strikeout. 3 outs in the bottom of the second. Top of the third coming up here from Klein Scott Field. Stay with us. Cooper Smith steps up to the plate. Top of the third, about to commence. BatCats up 1-0 over the Newton Rebels. Smith takes the first, looks through the first pitch. No swing, strike 1. Kobe Gomez picks number 41 and ball 1-1 count. Top of the third, no outs. 1-1 pitch. Make it 2-1. Ball a little bit up and to the outside. Cooper Smith, big contact out to center field. Going to test the outfield for the Newton Rebels, but they bring it down. 1 out. Top of the third. And we next up, Jet Creel. Going to step up number 15. Creel, big swing down low. Regretting that one now. 0-1 count. Pretty much almost straight into the dirt. As the sun kind of fully goes down. That'll be kind of a different vantage point for those batters out there. Gomez 0-1 pitch comes in and upside of the strike zone. 1-1 count. Gomez going to try it again. Goes outside again. 2-1. Kobe Gomez at a Pratt Community College. Fires it in and ball to the outside. 3-1 count now. 1 ball away from yet another walk. A free walk given up would be by the Newton Rebels. And contact out to right field, and Chris Clark brings it down from the right field spot. 2 outs. Top of the third. Chris Clark returns to the lineup and already making big plays out in the outfield. Kobe Gomez looks up and down his next challenger, Christian Amon. Pitch 1 inside. In the strike zone. Strike one. 0-1 count. BatCats lead 1-0. Top of the third, 2 outs. Gomez in. And ball down low. Called ball, 1-1. Rebels trying to get another win on the column. Ball inside. 2-1. Cats. Gomez picks number 52. In and very low. Zane keeps it under wraps. 3-1 is the count. Three-one pitch, fired in, and a walk. Over to first. Amon going to make his way over.
Number 21,
Capobianco going to be next up. Capobianco out of San Antonio, Texas. First game between these two teams, 172 batting average, 3 at-bats, 1 hit and 1 RBI. And this one allows Jody Lopez to sprint his way over to second and pick up the third out of the top of the third in this fast-paced, low-scoring affair here in Klein Scott Field. Stay with us. Bottom of the third coming up. Rebels going to try and take the lead. Welcome back, Klein Scott Field. Bottom of the third coming up. Just got out of the top of the third. In the top of the second, the BatCats took the 1-0 run lead after a beautiful sequence of hitting. Let's look at some more of our host families. Becky Day family, Carrie Boot and Chris White family, Heather and Michael Haskey family, Hope and Monty Graber family, Kelly and Matt Peoples family, Kim and Kevin Pouch family, Melissa and Dennis Wardell family, Michelle and Brent Kaufman family as well. Marcus Pollard, big number 49, going to get one of his first cracks at it in the second affair of the night. Takes a swing at the first opportunity he gets. And going to be fouled off. 3 BatCats were hard on the chase for that one, but to no avail. Going to be a 0-1 count regardless. No outs. Bottom of the third. No one count. Pitch comes in. Big swing from Pollard. Leads to an 0-2 count. No outs. Bottom of the third. BatCats up 1-0. Marcus Pollard up the bat at a Northern State College, Sherwood Park, Alabama. 1-2 count. Kobe Gomez. Excuse me. Chase Gruber. Got my pictures mixed up right there. Up to his 34th pitch of the night. Strikes out Marcus Pollard for the Mark Wagner Realtor strikeout. 1 out. Bottom of the third. Takes Lance Wyke. Strike 1. Bottom of the third, no outs, or 1 out. 0-1 count. Wyke, no swing. Counts at 1. at 9:20 p.m. in Newton, Kansas. Still really humid outside. That's been the case all day here in Newton, Kansas. Next pitch, strike 2. 1-2 count. Slight wind. Not going to have too much of a hindrance on the ball game. 1-2 pitch, fired in, white, hard contact out to the shortstop, who fires it over to the first baseman for the BatCats, Cooper Smith. 2 outs, the bottom of the third. Blake Koss going to be next up at the bottom of the batting lineup. Number 9 in said lineup. Earlier on in the night, Blake Koss 158 batting average. Pitch number 1. Called a ball. 1-0 count. Next one, hard swing by Koss and a miss. 1-1 count. 2 outs, bottom of the third. Pitch in up top. Ball number 2, 2-1 count. Koss going to try and get on base. Another hard swing, 2-2 count. Koss receives the next one and a strikeout to end the bottom of the third. Top of the fourth coming up. The Rebels and the BatCats keeping it close. BatCats up 1-0. Heading in once again into the top of the fourth here in Klein Scott Field. Stay with us. My name is Adrian Holguin, and more action coming your way. Garrett Naness steps up for another crack at Colby Gomez for the New Rebels. Gomez not left the pitching mound, I believe, so far in this ballgame. 1-0 lead for the BatCats. Top of the fourth. Gomez fires it in and a quick contact made out to the infield and an error made by the second baseman for the New Rebels, Blake Koss. Would have been a golden opportunity to get the first out of the bottom or the top of the fourth. But runner on first. Joey Marker, designated hitter tonight. And this one for the BatCats. They're going to get the first Gomez pitch of the sequence. Showed bunt. Ball 1. Gomez 56 pitches in, only allowed 1 run so far. Gomez in and contact made. Out between second and third. Runners rounding the bases. They're going to stay at first and third, respectively. Looks like Jordy Lopez took a big dive at that one from the shortstop spot. wasn't quite able to bring it in. Now Cade Goki steps up with runners once again on first and third. A single will bring a runner home. 0-0 count. Still 0 outs here in the top of the fourth. Dobie Gomez fires it in. Goki swing and a foul to the left side. 0-1 count. Goki makes contact out to left field. Going to be fouled off, but a big out put up, but it allowed for, I believe, a pair of runners to go home for the BatCats. BatCats grow their lead up to 2-0. Probably want to have that one back if you're Cooper Addison. The 2-0 lead for the BatCats. Pitch one. And a ball. 1 out. Nevertheless, top of the fourth. Contact out to center field. Has to back up for it. And the Rebels pick up the second out of the top of the fourth.
Now that is number 2, Kyle Walker.
Kyle Walker. Next up, number 2. For the BatCats. Walker out of Topeka, Kansas. No swing, ball 1. Gomez stares down Walker. Looks back. Lopez gives him the option. Sends the pitch in instead, and Zing keeps that out of harm's way. 2-0 count. 2 outs, top of the fourth. So Cooper Addison brought down the out in left field. Allowed for a runner to come home. Gomez thought about testing the runner over at second. Thinks otherwise at the last second. Gomez gets the call. Looks back. And fires in the pitch. And contact made out to third base. And Wyke fires it over to first. And Drew Wardell finishes the job. Gets the third out of the top of the fourth. Bottom of the fourth coming up here. This fast-moving, low-scoring affair in Klein Scott Field. The BatCats leading 2-0. Once again, bottom of the fourth coming up. Judy Lopez, big contact out to center field. He's going to round the bases, at least show a run over to second. Going to stay over at first instead. Chase Gruber staying in the game on the mound for the BatCats. 44 pitches in. Chris Clark going to step back up. Out for the play on right field tonight. No outs. Bottom of the fourth. Clark shows bunt. He gets it off, and he's going to try and race his way over to first base. It's going to be a hair too slow, but Lopez advances over to second.
Now batting number 8, Titan Gable.
Titan Gable going to step up now. Clark did his job, I suppose, advanced the runner over to second, but would have liked to be first over, to make it to first, be safe at first. That's a mouthful. One out, bottom of the fourth. Titan Gable stares down the proverbial barrel, I suppose. Makes a big contact with it between center and left. And Lopez rounds the bases, heading home. He's going to make it all the way over there. And Gable going to stay over at second. Lopez, for the second time tonight, puts the Rebels on the board first with one of his runs. 2-1 is the deficit now, with the BatCats leading here in Clyde Scott Field. Only one out. Bottom of the fourth, Cooper Addison stepping up. Addison stares it down. No swing, strike one. BatCats up 2-1. One out, bottom of the fourth. Gruber stares Addison down. No swing. Ball one, 1-1 count. Addison and Gruber make contact. Pitch out to the outside, 2-1 count. Addison out of Rogers, Arkansas. Ask the umpire for a quick little refresh. Now sets back up, 2-1 count. Pitches in up high. 3-1 count. Jet Creel out of Wiley, Texas. Catcher brings that one in. But not before. It sends Addison over to first base. Shenyan Zhang going to be next up. Runners at first and second. For the Rebels, one out. Bottom of the fourth. Zhang receives the first pitch, strike one. 1 count. Gruber. 63rd pitch. Contact from Zhang, and Zhang going to his contact, at least going to lead up to the double play, which brings it in to the bottom of the fourth. Top of the fifth coming up here. Only 7 innings for the Rebels to kind of flip the score around and get back on top. Currently trailing the BatCats 2-1. Top of the fifth coming up.
Thank you to our filmmakers. Keep your thoughts. Halfway here. Number 30, Smith.
Cooper Smith steps up for the BatCats, who lead the Rebels 2-1, entering the top of the fifth. Fires it in. Be outside, but called a strike for the Rebels. 0-1 count. Thank you to our in-kind supporters for the Newton Rebels. 1-1 count. Gorilla Marketing Incorporated, Back Alley Pizza, BuyALocalPlus.com Magazine, Newton Recreational Commission, YMCA Newton Branch in the Greater Wichita YMCA, and Summer Days Festival. 2-1 count. Next pitch inside. Ball number 3. 3-1 count, top of the fifth. Rebels trying to get out of here scot-free. Ball 4. So it's Cooper Smith over to first. Jet Creel going to be next up now. Didn't really get any opportunities earlier on in the night in the first of 2 games between these 2 teams tonight. Going to try to make an impact. First pitch, no swing, ball 1. Top of the fifth, no outs. Jake Krill at Enid Community College. There's a swing and a fly ball inside of the infield. Pop fly, I should say. Out 1. Out 1, top of the fifth. Christian Amon going to be next up. We saw Amon kind of get the better a little bit of Colby Gomez earlier on. See if Gomez can kind of get the last laugh or one of the last laughs. Gomez pitch in. Ball 1. Runner still on first. For the Rebels, Cooper Smith. Gomez looks back. Fires in the pitch. Strike 1. Count at 1. At 9:40 p.m. here in Newton, Kansas. June 29th, 2024. Swing and a miss. 1-2 count. Next pitch in and another swing and another miss. Mark Fox, local Wygan Realtor strikeout. Second out of the top of the fifth. Capobianco steps up. Runner on first, top of the fifth. First one in, Capobianco makes contact. Foul ball. Cooper Smith remains on first. Colby Gomez back up on top of the plate. Stares down his intended target. He's back at first. Fires in the pitch inside. Ball 1 counts. Taking his time. Gomez kind of playing this very methodically. Not a bad thing, I suppose. Gomez. In and a foul ball to the left side. Addison lets that one go. Got one of those in his mitt earlier on in the evening. 1-2 count. Another strike. Going to stay 1-2. 2 outs, top of the 5th. Bottom of the 5th on the horizon. But maybe Gomez is going to get a strikeout here to send us to it. Gomez looks back at first. Cooper Smith resides. Fires it back, and a big hit out to left field. Clark brings it in. Runner's going to stay over at first and second. Lopez tried to get the runner out at second. Putting a lot of pressure on him. Garrett Nunez. I'm going to take his stab at it. Runner's on first and second now. 2 outs. Top of the 5th. Gomez fires in the 0-0 pitch. Strike 1. Right down the middle. Two outs top of the 5th. Gomez looks back, fires it in. Contact made out to third, and Wyke not able to get the runner out, trying to go over from second to third, but luckily still able to get the runner out at first. Firing it over to Drew Wardell. 3 outs, top of the 5th, bottom of the 5th. Coming up momentarily in Clyde Scott Field. Bottom of the 5th, indeed upon us. Drew Wardell going to kick us off. First baseman for the Newton Rebels. Picture in. New picture in, indeed. For the BatCats, Carson Bower. Wardell contact, foul ball. 1-1 count. Bower out of Marshalltown Community College, Des Moines, Iowa. Two one. Wardell's made a handful of plays coming off of some Jordy Lopez passes who's on the defensive side. Filling in over at first base tonight, 3-1 count. No outs, bottom of the 5th. Pitch in, Wardell, foul ball. 3-2, full count. Wardell awaits the next one. Receives it. And makes contact, but straight over to first base. Cooper Smith brings it down and plops it right out of the air. First out. Bottom of the fifth. BatCats up 2-1. Marcus Pollard, designated hitter. No swing. Ball one. Bottom of the fifth, 1 out. Pitch in. Pollard. Swing and a foul. Strike one. Pollard, number 49. Started the season third on the batting lineup now. Things went down a little bit. Not necessarily a bad thing. That foul ball went straight up in the air. Probably made its way out of Klein Schofield. Might want to go check your windshields. 2-1 count, or 1-2 count. Correction. Bottom of the fifth, 1 out. Pitch in, outside. Kept out of harm's way by Creel. Catcher for the BatCats. We lead 2-1 still, bottom of the fifth, 1 out. Count at 2. And now that was a strikeout. Mark Wagon Realtor. Mark Wagon Realtor strikeout. Marcus Pollard wants to have that one back. Lance Wyke stepped up to the plate. 2 outs, bottom of the fifth. Wyke playing third base consistently for the New Rebels. Holds back his swing. Ball one. That's Wyke. Holds off on that one as well. Ball two. Third baseman of Northeastern Oklahoma A&M. Similar to Cooper Addison out of Rogers, Arkansas. No swing. Ball three. Three-0 count. 2 outs. Bottom of the fifth. Pitch in, White contact made out to the shortstop, and he finds himself out at first base. 3 outs, bottom of the fifth, top of the sixth coming up here from Klein Scott Field. The Rebels still having some trouble getting back up on top of the scorers column. Down 2-1 after the BatCats put up runs in the top of the second and the top of the fourth. We'll be back. Top of the sixth coming up from Klein Scott Field. Joey Marker next up. Top of the sixth in the 7-inning affair between the BatCats and the Newton Rebels coming into this ball game after falling short against the BatCats earlier on tonight. A 3-16 record for the Newton Rebels, and on the other side for the Great Bend BatCats, 12-6. Kobe Gomez fires in the first one, ball number 1. Up to bat for the BatCats, Joey Marker. Hit out to Blake Koss, I do believe, and then over to Drew Wardell for the first out of the top of the sixth. Cade Goki getting me next up, number 1. The exact type of exchanges the Rebels need on the infield. They can't be having unforced errors like we have seen sometimes tonight. Pitch 1 and strike 1. 0-1 count, 1 out, top of the sixth. Gomez fires that one in there and out to center field. The Rebels, Titan Goebel, brings that one down, out number 2. Carson Lorch next up, going to flip the batting rotation back up to the top. 2 outs, top of the sixth. The BatCats leading them 2-1, but obviously anything can happen. Rebels have 2 more chances, 2 more half innings to flip the score around. Kobe Gomez fires it in, and Lorch, a big hit between center and right field. He's going to be forced to stay over at first. Base hit.
Number 2, Kyle Walker.
Kyle Walker going to be next up. To bat for the BatCats. Pitch inside the Gomez. Uncontrolled pitch. You're going to allow Lorch to make his way from first to second. 1 ball, no strikes, 1-0 count. Kobe Gomez still in the ball game, up to 89 total pitches tonight. Two outs, top of the sixth. Gomez looks back, fires in the pitch, outside, ball number 2. Probably hoping for the favorable call from the umpire. Really could have gone either way. Two-zero pitch. Fired in. And strike number 1. Pretty much an identical pitch to what we just saw. Two outs, top of the sixth. Runner on second. And it's scoring position. Kobe Gomez fires it in inside. Ball number 3. And Jordy Lopez couldn't haul in the Zang pass just quickly enough. Locks Lorch safe at second base. Kobe Gomez now picks number 93. It'll be on the way, fires it in, and ball number 4. Going to put runners on first and second for the Great Bend BatCats. Top of the sixth, runners down on first and second. Cooper Smith making his way back up. Cooper Smith coming out of Marlow, Oklahoma. Takes the 0-0 pitch, 1-0. 1 ball, 0 strikes. 2 outs. Gomez fires it in to the outside. 2-0 count. Gomez taking his time. Out now to 95 total pitches. 5 away from 100. Gomez pitch number 96 in, and a ball number 3, 3-0 count. I think it's waiting out these batters with hoping for a mistake. Gomez looks back over. Lorps at second, fires it in, down the strike zone, 3-1 count. Lorps looks back. Gomez fires it in. And a big-time hit from Smith. Jody Lopez dived for it, but instead the ball going to head out to center field, and one more run heads in for the BatCats, who now lead 3-1, top of the 6th. The runner's going to be out first and second. Jet Creel going to step back up now. Colby Gomez up to 98 total pitches. Doesn't look like a pitching change is going to be on the horizon. Gomez looks back, fires it in. Ball 1. Ball to the outside. Zhang takes back his spot, makes the call. Jody Lopez looking back over at Gomez from second base, or from the shortstop spot. He's covering second base. Doesn't receive it. Instead, the pitch goes in, foul ball. 1-1 count. Gomez starts the process over. Stares at home plate. Looks back. Over at Lopez, who takes position. Pitch fired in. Ball 2, 2-1 count. Gomez receives the signal. Likes what he sees. And a downward trajectory on the pitch. 2-2 count. Gomez stares at Zhang. What's another call? Likes the second one. Looks back. Fires it in and forces what would have been a strikeout, but Zhang couldn't quite hold on to it. 3-2. Correction, foul ball, 2-2 count. Colby Gomez. Fires it in. Outside. Jake Creel. 3-2 count. Full count. 2 outs. Deciding pitch going to be on the way. Back fires it in to the inside and hits the batter. Jake Creel going to head over to first. Christian Amon going to be next up. Base is going to be loaded, and then a pitching change might be coming up for the Newton Rebels. We'll be back. Rest of the top of the 6th coming up from Klein Scott Field. Bases loaded behind Tate Lewis, who subs into the ball game in relief for the Newton Rebels. 0-0 count, 2 outs, top of the 6th. Lewis fires it in, ball 1 into the dirt. 1-0 count. Lewis receives the signal. Fires it in. Same exact pitch down below. Tate Lewis out of Dewey, Oklahoma. Fires in the 2-0 pitch. Contact made out to right field. Chris Clark going to try and get underneath it. No. Drew Wardell tries to get underneath it, and a little bit off the mark. It'll be a foul ball. 2-1 count. Top of the 6th, 2-1 is the count. Tate Lewis, pitch number 4, going to be coming on the way. 10 total hits, for the BatCats. Only 3 for the Rebels tonight. Tate Lewis, strike number 2, 2-2 count. 2 outs, top of the 6th, bases loaded. Tate Lewis going to try and put this inning away, or half inning away. Lewis sets up. Winds up, fires it in, and called ball, 3-2 count. Tate Lewis, a Southwestern. Stares down the batter, fires it in, and forces the strikeout and brings it in to the top of the 6th. That was a Mark Fox Logan, local Wygan Realtor strikeout for Tate Lewis. Bottom of the 6th coming up here. The Newton Rebels need to reverse this score. Currently down 3-1 to the BatCats if they want to, grow, of course, their season win total. Currently sitting only at 3. It could be sitting at 4, depending on what we see coming up from Klein Scott Field. Blake Koss steps up to the plate. The Rebels going to try and turn the score around, down 3-1, heading in to the bottom of the 6th. First pitch comes in, hard swing, and a strike 1. Now out to the bottom of the 6th, just getting underway. Koss foul to the right side. Not a clouded sight. At least I'm guessing I can't really see it. It's all dark up there, of course. 10:08 p.m. 0-2 count. That 1-2. Ball outside the strike zone. Blake Cost at the bottom of the batting rotation, 2-2 count. Blake Cost out of Pratt, Kansas. Pratt Community College attendee receives the next pitch outside, 3-2 count. Full count. Carson Boger out of Marshalltown Community College fires the next pitch in, and it is a ball, leading to Cost getting the walk over to first. Jordan Lopez is going to be next up here, one of the more consistent hitters of the season for the Newton Rebels. Got a handful of runs on the board for the Rebels so far tonight. Had the first run of the day, actually for the Rebels, in their first outing against the BatCats tonight, and then put up the lone run of the game, this game for the Rebels. 1-0 count. Lopez out of San Antonio, Texas. Cost gets tested over at first. Lopez out of Western Oklahoma College. 2-0 count. Bottom of the sixth, put up or shut up time for the Rebels. 2-0 pitch, fired in. No swing, 3-0 count. Bowie looks back. Glances over at first. Oh. Fires in the pitch to Lopez, who shows bunt. But pitch right down the middle, 3-1 count. Three-one pitch coming up. No swing. Ball up top, and Lopez going to walk his way over to first, and Cost going to walk his way over to second.
Number 12,
Chris Clark, right fielder tonight for the Rebels, is going to step up. Meeting at the plate now. For the away side, Chris Clark, awaiting his turn, of course, Clark at Southeastern Arkansas Community College. Getting his first piece of action in this game tonight. Didn't see him much in the first game. That gets up 3-1. 2 runners on base, Jordy Lopez being one of them. Clark has a golden opportunity to get an RBI or 2 on the board. Get some runs up. Everything resets. Clark does as well. Left-handed hitter number 12. Clark shows bunt and gets it off, but it will be an out. Beautiful play. And aside, Clark didn't quite get enough of it. Jet Creel from the catching spot, bringing that one down. Titan Gable next up. One out, bottom of the sixth. Titan Gable swings at it, gets contact between third base and the shortstop. Runners rounding base. Cost gets home, and Lopez.
Oh, he got him at second.
Not quite safe at second. He got a little greedy, tried to go for third. There'll be 2 outs, bottom of the sixth, but the Rebels did get 1 run on the board. Blake Cost rounded the bases, but Lopez not going to be happy with himself. An unforced error Justin Hinesley coaching them up, kind of giving a earful to the umpires. 3-2 is the BatCats lead here in the bottom of the 6th. Runner going to be up first.
Number 15, Cooper Addison.
Cooper Addison going to be next up, number 15, left-handed hitter. Addison, no swing, ball 1. Strike 1. 1-1 count, 2 outs, bottom of the 6th. Rebels trying to take back control. Testing the runner over at first. Unsuccessfully. Addison, contact made. Out 2 second base. Titan Gable kind of try to stop the ball in its tracks. But 3 outs brings them to the bottom of the 6th. The Newton Rebels put a run up on the board, but they need at least 2 more to be on top of the BatCats here in Klein Scott Field. 1 more inning of play to go. Well, anything can happen. We'll see what happens when we come back. Klein Scott Field. Capo Bianco back up. Tate Lewis still on the mound. 4 hours and 17 minutes. Just evening of baseball in Klein Scott. Fires it in inside and down low. Ball 1. Top of the 6th. No outs. Next one in, and Capobianco fires that one in there. Titan Gable can't quite get underneath it. Ball bounces off to the back wall. Capobianco is running along. Makes his way all the way over to third. Absolutely sprinting. The Nest now going to be next up. The Nets out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Going to receive the 0-0 pitch. Receives it, and foul ball to the right side. BatCats 11 total hits so far. Going to try and make it 12. Taylor's a fresh pitcher in the ball game, only 9 pitches under his belt. Number 10 off, and a fly ball out to right field. Hits the ground. Chris Clark can't quite get underneath it, and one runner heads in. Campbell-Bianca. Rebels now trail the BatCats by a total of 4-2 after that big hit to right field. No outs, top of the second. St. Louis stares him down, fires it in. Ball 1. St. Louis next one comes in down low again, exact same pitch, 2-0. Louis picks number 13. Going to be on the way. 2-0 pitch, down low once again, 3-0. Count. No outs, top of the 7th. Lewis again inside. That one up top. For a walk. Runners down first and second for the BatCats. 1 and scoring position. Kid Jackie. Next up. Jackie swinging a foul. Strike 1. That gets up 4-2. The Rebels were founded back in year 2000. Carl Hodges swing and a fly ball to left field. Cooper Addison brings it down. 1 out, top of the 7th. Carson Lorch back up on top of the batting lineup here for the Great Bend BatCats. Making his way out once again to take on St. Louis. Louis trying to close this game out. Only 16 pitches in. Louis looks back at the second. Fires it in. And contact out to left field. Addison brings it in as the ball barely remains in play over to Jordy Lopez. Renner's going to stay at first and second, but not before Garrett Nunez makes his way over home. Nunez grows the BatCats lead to 5-2 here in the top of the 7th. Kyle Walker going to be next up. Carson Lorch gets credited with the single RBI. And with that, Justin Hinesley going to set up a meeting over at the mound. The rest of the top of the 7th going to be coming up here shortly. St. Louis to resume action here at Klein Scott Field, top of the 7th, 1 out. Runner on first and second. Lewis fires it in. Ball 1. Lewis looks back over at second with Jordy Lopez standing by. Fires it into Walker. Strike 1. 1-1 count. There was. I said freaking change. I misspoke. Happens to all of us. Trenton Zurecki and right-handed pitcher out of Southeastern Arkansas Community College. Out of Central Missouri. Zurecki fires it in. Big contact out to right field. Chris Clark cannot get underneath it. In the top of the 7th, runners rounding base. One heads home and makes it home. And another pair stays at first and third. Walker gets credited with the RBI. Cooper Smith. He'll be next up to take on Zurecki. 1 out, top of the 7th. Cooper Smith. Number 30. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. Cooper Smith earlier on 308. Batting average in the BatCats will win over the Rebels. Clark receives the second one. Foul ball to the left side. Zurecki stares him down from the mound, sees the signal, likes it, pulls back, tests Walker over at first. Drew Wardell there to receive the pass. 0-2 count. Zurecki in ball. 1-2 count. Are still on first and third. 1 in scoring position for the BatCats. Jordy Lopez gets the runner out who's attempting to go from first to second. That was Walker. But then another runner ended up getting his way home. 6-2 is the overall lead for the BatCats. Top of the 7th. All of a sudden, nobody on base for the BatCats. 2 outs, top of the 7th. Zurecki fires it in and swing and a miss. And that brings an end to the top of the 7th. Bottom of the 7th coming up here from Klein Scott Field. BatCats leading 6-2 once again in Klein Scott Field. Sheng and Zhang going to set up and start off the bottom of the 7th. I watch gets lit up, telling me it's about time for bed. Well, it's 10:32 here in Newton, Kansas. Zhang hits that one out to first base, and he will get called out for the first out of the bottom of the 7th. This is the second game of a back-to-back slate here in June 29, 2024 from Klein Scott Field. Drew Wardell going to be next up, first baseman for the Newton Rebels. Newton Rebels trying to have a big bounce back here if they want to get back into this ballgame. They allowed 4 runs in the top of the 7th. Wardell, no swing, strike 1. 1 out, bottom of the 7th. Like that, out number 1 was a pitching change made a matter of seconds ago for Great Bend. Julio Heredia coming in. Number 32. He fires the next one in there. Strike. Strike number 2. 1-2 count. One out already. Guess I'll get called out over at first. Next pitch in, and a swing and a miss from Drew Wardell. 2 outs. Bottom of the 7th. Marcus Pollard stepping up, number 49. Pollard receives the pitch. Strike 1. Look for the word there. Said it a couple million times. I still can get that. Jeez Louise. Strike 1. Next one into the dirt. Ball number 1. 1-1 count. 2 outs. Bottom of the 7th. BatCats leading the Rebels 6-2. Pollard finally receives the next one down low to the outside. Goes that pitch. Ball number 2, 2-1 count. Heredia fires it in, and a swing, I believe, from Marcus Pollard. Okay, it's going to be 2-2. Umpire took his time there. 2-2. 2 outs, bottom of the 7th. Rebels fighting for their lives. Heredia fires it in, and Pollard makes contact out to second base. Gets over to first base, and Marcus Pollard gets called out before he can reach first. And that brings it into a long night between these two teams. This back-to-back slate here in Klein Scott Field. The Rebels go 0-2 against the BatCats. BatCats now on the season 13-6. On the other side, the Rebels 3-17. Great Bend won this game by a score of 7-2. 7-2 in total. And then earlier on in the evening, the Newton Rebels fell short to the BatCats by a score of 7-1. Dominant performance for the BatCats. The Rebels put up a fight, but just was not quite enough to have a good answer for the BatCats here tonight in Klein Scott Field. Thank you for joining me. Make sure to come out and continue to support, of course, your Newton Rebels. Next game coming up here will be against the Heat on July 1st, 2024 in Centennial Park right here at 7 o'clock p.m. Come on and join us. Come out to Centennial Park and support the Newton Rebels, or if you can't do that, you know where to find me. Right here, where you found me today. My name is Adrian Holguin, and thank you for joining me. Goodbye.